Is it all right now? Oh, is it all right now?
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so sorry for the delays and the inconvenience, just network things. I hope that's all right. So we'll quickly do a audio and video check for the participants and the judges, if that's all right. I would like to have all the participants to unmute themselves once. So FNF 099, please unmute.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Participant 2, would you please unmute yourself?
Sure. And am I audible? Cool.
Yes, you are. Judges, can you please unmute yourselves?
Hi.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
So sorry for the delay.
Not a problem.
All right. So with that done, good morning, everyone. My name is Chanchal Chaturvedi, and I shall be the moderator for this round. Welcome to the second edition of Honor for International Debate Competition organized by Vijayabhumi University. So without any further ado, I would like to commence the quarterfinals of the debate. For today's round, we have an amazing and very distinguished panel of judges. Today's panel shall comprise of Mr. Andre Peter, Mr. Prem Prakash Sahu, and Ms. Shaurya Mittal. Mr. Andre Peter is an advocate based out of Bangalore, presently practicing before the Supreme Court of India, High Courts of Bombay, Delhi, Madras, and Karnataka, and at several benches of National Company Law Tribunal. He has completed his bachelor's in law from Ramaiah College of Law and master's in corporate and finance law from the Jindal Global Law School. He specializes in the fields of corporate, banking, and finance law with a focus on mergers and amalgamations, corporate restructuring, oppression and mismanagement petitions, corporate insolvency, and bankruptcy law. As a debater, he had participated in several national and international level debates while in school and college, and is one of the founding members of the Literary and Debating Society at Ramaiah College of Law, Bangalore. Thank you so much for joining us, sir, today. We have then Mr. Prem Prakash Sahu, who is an ICF certified life coach and is presently heading Birla Open Minds International School as a founder principal. He has 2.5 decades of experience in the field of as an educationist with headship experience in India and abroad. Sir is the implementation leader at IPMYP. Having worked with varied examination boards, Mr. Prem has been able to train his teams with the best practices in learning and education. He is passionate about being a thinking partner for people who require assistance in achieving their personal goals and a social influencer with Heart Notes, a space that inspires people. Thank you so much for joining us, sir, today. We have then Ms. Shaurya Mittal. She is currently a global legal head for a trading company based out of Singapore called Valence International Private Limited. She is a recent graduate of Masters of Law from the National University of Singapore, specializing in international arbitration and dispute resolution. She has work experience of 2 years in arbitration, insolvency, and commercial litigation. Before going to her master's, she was engaged by PSL advocates and solicitors as an associated and handled arbitral disputes in various fields. Ma'am has an in-depth understanding of international arbitration along with being professionally trained in mediation and negotiation. She is also skilled at the economic analysis of law and legal policies. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we have our 2 participants for this round. We have FNF 154 and FNF 099 for today. Welcome, dear participants. Now, before we begin with our rounds, there is a very small video about the organizers of this event, which is the Vijayabhumi University, which I would like to share with you guys. So give me a moment and we shall do. All right. So before we proceed to the coin toss, here are the basic rules regarding the rounds, which I shall lay down now. So the sides of the debate will be decided through a third-party coin toss application. I will request one of the participants to call the toss, and whoever wins shall be allowed to choose the motion, and whoever loses gets to choose the side, affirmative or negative. Once the sides are finalized, the for speaker goes first. The participant is required to make a 4-minute constructive speech, wherein, if needed, I shall indicate through chat whenever 3 minutes of their speech has elapsed. This shall be followed by the cross examination by the opposition that should not exceed 2 minutes. And then the opposition speaker will have to give their constructive speech for 4 minutes. This shall be followed by the cross examination by the affirmative party that should not exceed 2 minutes. This will be followed by 2 consecutive speeches by each side, for which each side is allotted 2 minutes, post which we will have the judges round, time consuming. A grace period of 30 seconds will be granted to the speaker, provided that the judges consent for the same. Now, that shall be essentially be the flow of this debate. A couple of ground rules must be laid out. Firstly, all attendees, panelists, and participants are required to be on mute at all times, except when asked to speak. Secondly, participants are required to limit their speeches within the given time allotments, and in case they exceed their given time, I shall be at the liberty to interrupt their speech and mute them immediately. Thirdly, I would like to remind everyone to pay heed to the tournament's equity policy and other laid down rules, as we follow a strict no tolerance policy for any kind of violations. Before we commence with the debate, I would request everyone to clear any and all clarifications right away, as no further interruptions shall be accepted. Any questions by anyone? All right, seeing none, we shall now move to the coin toss. I request one of the participants to call for a side.
Tails. FN099. Tails.
All right, I will now share my screen and we shall do the coin toss. Please let me know. Please confirm that my screen is visible. All right. So seems like FNF 099 has won the toss. Participant, please let us know what side, what motion do you choose?
Immorals donate to animal welfare charities, while there are charities to alleviate human suffering.
As FNF 154 lost the toss, I would like him to choose a side he would be speaking for.
I will be choosing against the motion.
Against the motion. All right. So to clarify once again, the motion of this round would be: this House believes that it is immoral to donate to animal welfare charities, while there are charities that aim to alleviate human sufferings. And FNF 099 will be speaking for the motion. FNF 154 will be speaking against the motion. You will now get 2 minutes for preparing on your sides for the motion. Your time starts now. All right, participants, the preparation time is up. So let us now begin the quarterfinals for the 404 debate 2021. We'll now have the opening speaker delivering her speech. I will again request the participants to keep an eye on the chat box, as I would be letting you know when your 3 minutes are up through the chat box. All the best. You shall start.
Good morning. Late Nelson Mandela, the former president of South Africa, quoted, "The world remains beset by so much human suffering, poverty, and deprivation. It is in your hands to make of our world better, one for all, especially the poor, vulnerable, and marginalized." People consume quite a bit of time on earth enduring or attempting to abstain from anguish, yet there is little accuracy or consistency in the meaning of languishing. However, there are charities that work to assist with decreased enduring of victims. Thus, we are morally and ethically obligated to protect our co-species. Hereby, I affirm the resolution that it is immoral to donate to animal welfare charities while there are charities to alleviate human suffering. My value today is anthropocentrism. Anthropocentrism is a conviction that people are the focal or most significant substance known to mankind. The term can be utilized conversely with human centrism, and some allude to the idea as human supremacy or human exceptionalism. Anthropocentrism, inside the present setting of discussion, is that people are the most significant entities on the planet and superior to nature, and holds that human life has intrinsic value, while other entities such as counting creatures, plants, etc., are sets that may legitimately be taken advantage of to support humanity. In this way, human enduring ought to be considered preceding over animal languishing. My criterion today is self-care. Self-care is the process of being with oneself with behavior that promote health and active management of illness occurs. Thus, along these lines, mitigating human enduring before creatures is a type of self-consideration and is the correct thing to be done to put out destitution and substantially more. Thereby, my contention one. Easing human enduring is critical to reduce poverty crisis in the world. Across 107 developing countries, 1.3 billion people, that is 22%, live in multidimensional poverty. Children show higher rates of multidimensional destitution. Half of multidimensionally poor people, that is 644 million, are children under the age of 18. 3 children is poor compared with 1 in 6 adults. An approximation of 82.4 million individuals are refreshed in refugee camps across the world, enduring and not having the option to make every moment count. Living conditions are exceedingly awful in Mozambique, trailed by Somalia, Afghanistan, Haiti, and Sudan. Therefore, it's crucial to donate to charities that work for easing human anguish and to be prioritized over animal welfare organizations. Contention 2. Alleviating human suffering is important to maintain the health of an ecosystem. On a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being the score of a primary producer, a plant, and 5 being a pure apex predator, they found that the base diet human scores a 2.21, roughly equal to an anchovy or a pig. We are omnivores, eating a mix of plants and animals rather than top-level predators that only consume meat. In this manner, we humans are imperative to adjust the evolved way of life as we balance the quantity of animals. There are creatures that feed on people, and the death of people because of enduring can bring about the imploding of the food web. A greater part of animal enduring is because of cataclysmic events like tremors, volcanic ejections, etc., which can't be halted. However, people experience the ill effects of neediness, wars, starvations, and a lot more, and hence it is sensible to give to human government assist this noble cause instead of animal welfare charities. In short, to recapitulate, as long as poverty, injustice, and gross inequality persist in our world, none of us can truly rest. Therefore, help the needy and not the flourished. Thank you.
Thank you, participant. Now I would request the opposition party to cross-examine the affirmative speaker.
Before I begin, how long do I have? 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Okay. Can you tell me when to start? If that would be amazing. If that would be possible.
You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Wonderful. In that case, I shall start now. Candidate FNF 099, you have made some solid arguments. However, I would like to point out that a large portion of your argument revolves around this idea of human superiority under the argument that we are better than other species and we have the right in order to alleviate the suffering of our own species by promoting the suffering of other species. Because you have mentioned that we have the right to take advantage of other animals within our ecosystem. And you took the mention of plants and other animals that we take nutrients from, which is animals. I'd like to ask you the question, who gave us the right in order to take advantage of other species? And you mentioned that we're omnivores and therefore we are the balance. We are the balance within the natural ecosystem. This argument does not make any sense because there are other animals which are omnivores. Why do we as humans have the right to take away life, take advantage of other species for our own benefit, when in actual fact, we as humans are causing these harmful effects? We as humans are unable to coexist with our ecosystem. So why do we have to take advantage of other animals when it has been proven time after time, even before the dawn of humans, that life was able to support itself, life was able to coexist? Where has this idea of taking advantage of one another, taking advantage of other species been introduced aside from the whole idea of human selfishness?
So there is a balance in the nature, and it is important so that the world goes on. So humans feed on both plants and animals. So I think I never said to let the animals suffer. I think we should prioritize human suffering over animal suffering because there is an extent to which human suffering can be controlled. Because human suffering is mostly caused by poverty or people suffering in refugee camps. However, animals suffer due to a great amount of animals suffer due to calamities like volcanic eruptions, earthquakes. So there is an extent to which they can be controlled. So prioritizing human welfare, that is donating to human welfare charities, should be prioritized. And yes, there is no evidence that we are supreme creatures. But however, as we evolve, that is how the life goes on. We have the right to feed on plants, we have the right to feed on animals, and thus there is a balance of nature. And I think it isn't questionable because the food web is how it is. So I think we have the right to feed on plants and animals.
All right, participants, thank you for your cross-examination. A few things which I would like to keep, I would request you to keep in mind is, during your cross-examination, you get 2 minutes to question and to hear the response as well. So from next cross-examination on, please keep your questions little brief. All right, also no follow-up questions are allowed in cross-examination. So one short question should do. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Great. So now we'll have these opposition speakers' speech. You may begin when you're ready.
Okay. In that case, I shall begin now. Good morning, judges. Good morning, fellow participants. Today, I would like to discuss the notion or the topic, which is this House believes that it is immoral to donate to animal welfare charities while there are charities which aim to alleviate human suffering. Now, the introduction of the topic itself, the idea of charities means that people are willingly, voluntarily helping in order to donate to a certain cause. Would the idea of making one such charity immoral break this constitution or this idea of a charity itself? Charities are where people donate voluntarily from their heart for a good cause. By making one of these immoral, you're in actual sense being much more immoral because you are taking away people's own act or people's own self-decision in order to donate to a certain charity. But this isn't the bigger question. The bigger question here is, why do humans and animals, why are we differentiating animal welfare and human welfare? Now, Is it not the case that animals are also sentient, just like humans? What differentiating factor do we have from other animals? Just because we're much more intelligent means that we have the right to take advantage of lesser species or species we deem as lesser? I do not believe so. But more importantly, a lot of animal rights or animal charities or animal welfare institutions much more revolve around the suffering that we as humans have caused, not due to calamital or natural disasters such as volcanic eruptions. Have the Sumatran Bengal tigers gone extinct because of a volcanic eruption? Have the Western black rhinos gone extinct because of some natural calamity that wiped them out? These aren't the dinosaurs. We as a human species have caused suffering, countless suffering to animals, to the voiceless. We as humans have hurt and distinguished ourselves and called ourselves superior from other species, yet we are the one causing harm. We are the ones who these charities are trying to prevent from furthering animal abuse, animal hate, hurting other animals. Now, let me ask you this. Where does your source of meat come from? Do you believe that it was hunted or sourced organically? Maybe. But a large portion of animals are mass produced and mass bred in order to supply our own selfish needs. Why do we as a human species think that it is morally okay to take advantage of other species and take away the help that the voiceless have? What little help that they do have. Do you not feel that it is our responsibility to at least alleviate some of the suffering that we have caused? Thank you.
All right, thank you, participant. On to the cross-examination from the affirmative speaker.
With respect to what my opponent said, you told that it is not humans that cause animal suffering. It is no, you told it is humans that cause animal suffering and not natural calamities. And I never said that it isn't humans. I said there is an equal chance of humans and natural calamities affecting human suffering, animal suffering. So how would you like to justify that?
Do I get to reply, moderator?
Yes, you can reply. You have 1 minute to reply.
Wonderful. Now, you mentioned that a large portion were from natural disasters, and you even highlighted volcanic eruptions. Now, I would like to question, where do you get this idea of equal chance? And if so, if your whole argument revolves around animal welfare, revolves around equal chance that it could be from natural disasters or human suffering causing it, will this not also apply to humans? Why are they any different? And where is this argument of equal chance coming from?
All right, I assume that's that. So with the speeches done, we will now move on to the rebuttals. I would request the affirmative speaker to present us with her rebuttal and summary. You have 2 minutes to do so. Start as and when you're ready.
With respect to what my opponent said, I never said that we shouldn't alleviate animal suffering. What I mentioned is that human suffering should be prioritized over animal suffering because we can control human suffering to an extent. Because we can donate to charities, and those charities help bring back refugees to their own countries. However, there is an equal chance of animal suffering caused by natural calamities. For example, there are forest fires that burn down trees and animals lose their habituation. And there are earthquakes that cannot be controlled. There are a great many amount of species wiped out due to earthquakes. So I think it is not questionable that humans it's not natural calamities that cause animal suffering. Moreover, anthropocentrism is the idea that humans are the supreme creatures. There is no evidence, but still that is how life goes on. We have to feed on animals and plants for the proper maintenance of a food web or an ecosystem. So there isn't a need to question that. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you, participant. On to the rebuttal and summary from FNF 154, the opposition speaker.
Okay. Can I begin in about 10 seconds, if that is possible?
Sure.
Okay. Now, FNF 99, I'd like to bring up your rebuttal on your statement that it is equal chance due to natural causes. And you mentioned forest fires, earthquakes, and I might even add to that rising sea temperatures, rising sea levels. Now, let me ask you a question. Are these not because of global warming, which in the most recent years, forest fires have increased almost tenfold, largely due to the increasing global temperature? That who has caused this increasing global temperature? Is it not the billions of factories across the world run by, oh, what's the surprise? Us, humans. Is it not our fault that these animals are going extinct? And you mentioned that there is no evidence of us being superior creatures, because there is none. Life goes on. How does that connotate anything? The term life goes on and your refusal to answer the question would prove my point that we are not any different from the animals. Therefore, it is immoral in itself to praise people or make people choose between charities when the idea of a charity is to help voluntarily. Thank you.
All right, thank you, participant. With the speeches and rebuttals done, we'll now have the questions from the judges, if they have any.
Hi, good morning, participants. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so I just have a common question for both of you. If you could just take a minute each to respond. My question is essentially that a charity usually steps in to either assist the state in its functions or to provide services to people who are at a distance from the state. That is, people who cannot access these certain services. So, in your opinion, if you could both spend a minute each, do you feel that the government does have enough or is investing enough resources in terms of human alleviation or in terms of the welfare of animals and nature as such?
Judge?
Yes?
Can I request a inquiry about your question?
Sure.
When you mentioned that the state and whether or not the state is giving enough assistance, this would not really work because people grow up in different countries, would it not? Or are you just asking for the opinion in general?
No, it's a general opinion that I want from both of you.
Okay.
For example, what I'm expecting from the affirmative speaker is that do they believe that the government is providing enough resources to look after nature? And what I expect from the negative speaker is that do they believe that the government is doing enough for human alleviation, considering both of you are speaking about assistance to charities who would normally be supplementing the work of the state?
So in my opinion, the government has funded more for animal suffering alleviation because there are still a lot more refugees who are not back home. And I think this is a major step to be taken because human suffering should be alleviated and humans should be prioritized over animals because animals can come second. They can still be alleviated. But if humans are not prioritized over animals, I think then that affects the ecosystem. And also there are many families that are waiting for their people to come back. So I think prioritizing humans can help bring back refugees so that they can meet up with their families.
Now, dear judge, when you ask the question, has the state assisted charities enough? I'd like to mention that I am from Indonesia, and I'd like to mention a fact that Indonesia, especially Sumatra, used to have one of the largest forests in the world. However, where has that gone to? In 2020, the Sumatran forest has shrunk by nearly 45%. And I'd like to mention that the Sumatran tigers, there's only 400, and that's estimated 400 to be left in the wild. The Indonesian government or the state is not doing enough in order to conserve or help alleviate animal suffering. And especially culturally wise, it's very difficult for animals to receive such help because there is no form of charity designed in order to do this. Animal abuse is rampant. You often see animals being left on the sidewalk, thrown around. No, I do not believe the charity is putting enough emphasis on animal welfare. And instead, they choose to turn a blind eye to the topic and let their forests burn. This is why Singapore had this haze problem not too long ago, because people were setting forests on fire in order to clear space for agricultural firms. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, participants. We'd like now to ask I'd like to ask the judges to fill their online evaluation forms, after which they are requested to provide a constructive feedback to both the participants. While the judges are filling the forms, I'd like to ask the participants how was their experience for this round.
Before I answer that question, is this completely devoid from the debate already and it's informal?
It is completely devoid.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun and cool. I liked it. Oh, though I do have a question. Is my participant upside down?
No, it's great. It's fine.
Okay, because on my screen it's flipped. So I've been thinking I was going crazy this whole time. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, so this is a good experience considering that this is my first major debate. And yes, I would like to also point out the fact that my opponent had many good points that I couldn't hold up with. And yes, everyone has been very supportive, and thank you.
All right, thank you, participants. Now I request the judges to give a brief constructive feedbacks to both the participants as and when if they're done with their evaluation sheets.
Yeah. Ms. Chanchal, may I speak?
Sure, sir, sure, please.
Thank you. FNF 099. Great. I was very impressed with your opening lines. That was really, really good to start off. The only maybe a small piece of advice that I would give you is, though this is the second time it's happening and I'm the judge for the second time in the last 2 years, it takes time for us to get used to talking to a screen with people whom you are not even aware of. So there was a tinge of maybe nervousness, which you might have to practice and get over it. And uh, it could be more convincing than just you have to believe in what you are saying. That's the most important aspect of debating. Okay, so keep these few things in mind. But yes, the starting was really good.
Thank you, sir.
May I continue with FNF 154? Thank you. Again, very impressive. You stuck to your point, and I think that is to be applauded. The little bit of observation of mine is the facts that you put across at the end when you were asked a question by the judge could have been given in the beginning. That would make your points much stronger. Again, debating is all about facts and figures. If you can get them in the right place, it adds value. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your feedback, sir.
Hi, participants, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi,
Yep.
sorry. Just very small bits of constructive feedback. I think both of you did an exceptional job. Good job to both of you. If I could just give you two small bits of advice, is that when you start a debate, I think that it's really important to contextually argue why you are arguing this motion. I think both of you got into the aspects of your debate directly without sort of telling us why we're donating into charity in the very first place, which is what my question even came from in the first place, as to why is money even going to charity in the first place? Is the state doing enough? So I think that there could be some sort of contextual basis for your further rounds. I'm sure both of you would go far. Specifically with regard to the speakers, I think FNF 099, you did a really great job. To agree with my co-judge, I feel that you could be a little more confident when you come off. But however, in regard to my scoring at least, it was purely on the basis of the context of your speech and nothing more than that. With regard to FNF 045, I think that you could possibly, I mean, again, I've judged you purely on the basis of the context of your speech, but I think that you could reduce the rhetoric a little bit. Again, so as just a word of advice, we as judges approach a debate purely as a layman with no specific knowledge on a topic, but general knowledge on that topic. So when we do listen to these debates, we like to be told certain facts and situations, and we like the debate to be established before it begins. And that's something that could possibly help both of you going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I would first like to congratulate, I mean, in the sense, you, both of you were amazing. The topic was not at all easy. It was something that we do not see in common, this thing, and especially for FNF 099, I think it was especially difficult for you because we know how the public in general feels about animal charities. But having said that, I think a little more research on the topic could have helped about, if not humans do the charity to animals, how can animals survive? So like, for example, I mean, just thinking out of the box, maybe they do not even need to monitor, like animals do not need the charity of humans. You could have flipped it in the way and said that they are self-sustaining. Just do not encroach in their lands. All they're asking for is their space and time. I mean, their own space. So you did not have to, since it was a constructive argument that you had to make, saying that we should take advantage. So like, be very sure about the words you use with the research that you do. So I specifically caught on to this one word that you said, which said, we have to take advantage of something of this sort, right? And that shows a negativity. I mean, the intention behind it is negative, which does not stand with the positive construction, right? So I think otherwise, seeing how difficult a topic it was, I think you did a great job. Next time, probably do a little more research and make sure that the words you use, they imply the positive intention that you're implying.
Yes.
Okay, and for FNF 154, yes, it was comparatively very easy for you because, of course, the topic was very close to everybody's heart. Of course, we all love animals and that, especially like dogs. I love the delivery that you gave, even though we have moved from a physical world to a virtual world. Delivery is something which is very important when you're delivering a speech or like in debate. I think it was very good. However, as my co-judge, Mr. Peter, has said that just a little low with the rhetorical. I mean, there was a lot of questioning over there. So instead of questioning, I mean, I understand it's important. Maybe focus more on your arguments and the modulation of those questions probably. So otherwise, I think both of you did a great job. The participants were well prepared and good job, guys.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you so much, ma'am, for your feedback. With this, we have come to the end of the round. I thank everyone for being a part of this competition. The results of the round shall be released soon. We wish you all the best for your future rounds and hope that you stay safe. Thanks again and have a nice day. The participants are requested to leave the link if they wish to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will begin our next round in 5 minutes. We'll just wait for the next participants to join.
Chanchula, I just had a question. So are we not taking like a break or just like 5-minute break?
The thing is that the next round has to start at 11. So we'll start it at 11:05 or at most. If you wish to take a break, I feel like we can start at 11:10 at most.
What's the best time that you can do? And if it's possible for you, I can skip just the instructions because I can skip the introductions. You can introduce me. My screen will be on. I just need to get on a quick call and get back. Will that be all right?
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
That works, right? So I'll just let me know what time you start, ma'am.
Ma'am, we'll probably start by 11:05. I'll do the introductions by 11:10. I should be done with the introductions and everything.
All right. Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Great.
Hi, Chanchal.
Hi, sir. Yes.
I would also have to just step out on a really quick call. I should be back by around 11:05, 11:10.
Works, sir. Works, sir.
No? Okay. I'll be here, but I'll just be on my phone.
All right, sir.
Chanchula, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just gonna like join from another device. Is that all right?
Yeah, ma'am. Sure. No worries.
I'll just quickly do that so that it's easier for both of us. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would request the participants of the next round to rename themselves as their participant ID, please.
Ma'am, could the names of the participants be repeated once again, please?
You're requested to rename yourself as your participant ID. So I think you have the co-host access, so you can do that. Is that all right? Great. All right. Can I have a quick video and audio check with the participants, please?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. FNF 138?
Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Okay, so I'll start with the introductions and then we shall move towards the starting the round. So good morning, everyone. My name is Chanchal Chaturvedi and I shall be the moderator for this round. Welcome to the second edition of 404 International Debate Competition organized by Vijay Bhumi University. Without any further delays, I would like to commence the quarterfinals of FNF 2021. For today's round, we have an amazing and very distinguished panel of judges. Today's panel shall comprise of Mr. Andre Peter, Mr. Prem Prakash Sahu, and Ms. Shaurya Mittal. Mr. Andre Peter is an advocate based out of Bangalore, presently practicing before the Supreme Court of India, High Courts of Bombay, Delhi, Madras, and Karnataka, and at several benches of the National Company Law Tribunal. He has completed his bachelor's in law from Ramya College of in the fields of corporate, banking, and finance law, with a focus on merger and amalgamation, corporate restructuring, oppression and mismanagement petitions, corporate insolvency, and bankruptcy law. As a debater, he had participated in several national and international level debates while in school and college, and is one of the founding members at the Literary and Debating Society at Ramya College of Law, Bangalore. Thank you so much for joining us, sir, today. Then we have Mr. Prem Prakash Sahu. He is an ICS certified life coach and is presently heading Birla Open Minds International School as a founder principal. He has 2.5 decades of experience in the field of as an educationist with headship experience in India and abroad. So is the implementation leader at IBMYP. Having worked with varied examination boards, Mr. Prem has been able to train his team with the best practices in learning and education. He is passionate about being a thinking partner of people who require assistance in achieving their personal goals, and is social influencer with Heart Notes, a space that inspires people. We also have Ms. Shaurya Mittal. She is currently a global legal head for a trading company based out of Singapore called Valence International Private Limited. She is a recent graduate from Masters of Law from the National University of Singapore, specializing in international arbitration and dispute resolution. She has work experience of 2 years in arbitration, insolvency, and commercial litigation. Before going for her master's, ma'am was engaged by PSL, advocates and solicitors as an associate and handled arbitral disputes in various fields. Ma'am has an in-depth understanding of international arbitration, along with being professionally trained in mediation and negotiation. She is also skilled in economic analysis of law and legal policies. Now, welcoming our participants, we have today with us FNF 138 versus FNF 075. Welcome, participants. Before moving on towards the round, I have a very small video about the organizers of this competition, the Vijay Bhumi University, which I would like to share with you guys. Please let me know if the audio and video are accessible. All right, so before we proceed to the coin toss, here are the basic rules regarding the rounds. I would request the participants to keep their videos on at all times. Thank you. So the sides of the debate will be decided through a third-party coin toss application. I will request one of the participants to call the toss, and whoever wins shall be allowed to choose a motion, and whoever loses gets to choose the side, affirmative or negative. Once the sides are finalized, the fourth speaker goes first. The participant is required to make a 4-minute constructive speech, wherein, if needed, I shall indicate through chat whenever 3 minutes of their speech has elapsed. This shall be followed by a cross-examination by the opposition that should not exceed 2 minutes, and then the opposition speaker will have to give their constructive speech for 4 minutes. This shall be followed by a cross-examination by the affirmative party that should not exceed 2 minutes. This will be followed by 2 consecutive rebuttal speeches by each side, for which each side is allotted 2 minutes, post which we'll have a judges round where they can choose to question the participants. If the rebuttals are time consuming, a grace period of 30 seconds will be granted to the speaker, provided that the judges consent for the same. That shall essentially be the flow of the debate. A couple of ground rules must be laid out first. Firstly, all attendees, panelists, and participants are required to be on mute at all times except when asked to speak. Secondly, participants are required to limit their speeches within the given time allotments, and in case they exceed their given time, I shall be at the liberty to interrupt them and mute them immediately. Thirdly, I would like to remind everyone to pay heed to the tournament's equity policy and other laid down rules, as we follow a strict no tolerance policy for any kind of violations. Before we commence with the debate, I would request everyone to clear any and all clarifications right away, as no further interruptions shall be accepted. Any doubts?
No, ma'am.
All right. So we will now do the coin toss. I would request one participant to call for a side.
I'll choose heads.
All right. FNF 075 has chosen heads. Please make sure my screen is visible. All right. So FNF 075, you have won the toss. please let us know what motion we shall be arguing for.
We will be arguing on the second topic.
All right.
For the
second.
motion.
Okay. So FNF 138, as you love with us, you chose to speak for the motion.
Yes.
So to clarify once again, the motion for this round would be: this House opposes the narrative of sacrifice as a description of work performed by essential workers during a pandemic. FNF 138 speaks for the motion. FNF 075 will be speaking against the motion. Participants, now you have 2 minutes for your preparations. I will let you know when 2 minutes are over and you shall start the rounds then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, participants, your preparation time is up. A few things which I would like to remind you before starting the round is, during the cross-examination, you get 2 minutes to ask the question and to including the answer or the response for that question. So kindly keep your questions and the responses very brief. During the cross-examinations, you get your respective times for your speeches, that is 4 minutes for your constructive speeches. Keep an eye on your chat box because I would be letting you know when your 3 minutes are over or has elapsed through the chat box. With this, let us begin the quarterfinals for 404 Debate 2021. We'll now have the opening speaker delivering her speech.
During the 2019 pandemic, we have seen the media use the narrative of sacrifice as a description of the work performed by essential workers. Essential professionals, certain public infrastructure, and public health professionals and leaders at different levels of government are all examples of essential workers. The media often uses the term heroes and their acts as heroic, frontline warriors, superheroes, and scrubs. Heroics are sacrifices. This can mean endangering oneself for others, like firefighters do. Indeed, the work done by them is commendable and they are taking greater risk than all of us who are working from home. However, this usage is problematic and has negative consequences. Therefore, this House opposes the narrative of sacrifice as a description of the work performed by essential workers during a pandemic. How could labeling them as heroes be problematic? Well, to begin with, it stifles a meaningful discussion about what the limits of this duty to treat are. It fails to acknowledge the importance of reciprocity and through its implication that all essential workers have to be heroic. In a world where we now emphasize the importance of mental health, it is disappointing to know that this world does not take note of the psychological cost on the workers. The concept of duty to treat is simple. It is negotiation between the medical profession and the community at large. In return, essential workers have the access to certain privileges as a result of their position in the society, such as financial remuneration, relative self-regulation, trust, respect, and admiration from the lay people. And in return, they have a duty to treat, which may entail accepting a degree of personal risk. When one questions this duty to treat. One is asking the absurd question whether they would prefer to live in a society that provides essential healthcare to people with infectious disease, or in a society that practices a form of quarantining of the ill without treatment, leaving them to fend for themselves in isolation. Furthermore, the narrative of sacrifice blurs the line of what the limits are. Where does the sacrifice end? We are, by definition, not obliged to perform supererogatory acts. As Singhal et al. Said, it seems unreasonable to demand heroism as the norm. There is thus a fundamental problem in describing all essential workers as heroic. We cannot, in short, expect heroism. If we do so, we are asking them to essentially violate their right to life and endanger themselves. Empirical studies indicate that not every worker feels comfortable with accepting such risk. The heroism narrative leaves little room for acknowledgement of emotions such as fear and confliction regarding contradictory duties. Moreover, labeling further leads to stigmatization. A recent study in China found that essential workers directly involved in diagnosis, treatment, and care of patients with COVID-19 were at a heightened risk of psychological distress and mental health problems. However, the sacrifice narrative prevents them from asking for help and puts pressure on them to push through it like strong human beings. Besides, we cannot ignore the possibility that some of the heroes may not have the choice to work. They have bills to pay, and choosing not to pay them is not an option if they want to survive in this life. The portrait that media paints makes us blind to the actual problems. The plight of essential workers regarding labor concerns. The US Bureau of Labor Statistics reported in 2017 that 9% of the service industry workers are under the federal poverty line. The same case can be seen worldwide. These people are considered essentials in times of crisis, but do not consistently receive a living wage normally. People have the time to applaud them because they are at home. They think of them because they are at home. The government is thinking of them because it has no choice but to throw flowers at them so that they are ready to go to work without flinching. The tragedy is that in a few months, everything will be forgotten. No applause, no salary increase, no reevaluation of professions. Consigning the struggle of essential workers to narrative of sacrifice removes our debt to them. It is a debt that ought to be paid. They deserve our actual support. Recognizing the difficult and incredibly valuable work done by essential workers during the current pandemic is important part of society's response to it. It is important, however, to be cautious with our words and our ideas in the public discourse. Rather than praising all essential workers as heroes and clapping for them sharing posts, we need to critically examine as a society what duties we think essential workers have to work in this pandemic, what the responsible limits of these duties are, and how we can reciprocally support them. Thank you.
Thank you, participant. We will now move to the cross-examination by the opposition party.
Yes, ma'am, just give me a minute.
You have 2 minutes to complete your cross-examination. Please begin soon.
Thank you for the opportunity. Supreme sacrifice, defined as giving up your life as a cause. That's heroic. But that's the risk that essential workers faced and they still face every day. How many have to die so that you can see them as heroes until you can see their sacrifices as a heroic justification for the whole world?
I'm not saying that their dying is not something which is incredible. I'm just saying that when we label them as heroes, we are putting expectations on them. We are putting pressure on them to act in a certain ways. Yes, their sacrifice is indeed great, and yes, they should be compensated for the same by the government as much as we can. But putting a label on them as heroes essentially puts expectations on them and as from us as a society, which I believe is unfair to them. Thank you.
Thank you, participants. Moving on to the speech by the opposition speaker.
Can I start?
Yes.
We are like soldiers marching into the battle, but you don't have enough guns, said a healthcare worker who went out in the pandemic every single day saying goodbye to his family without knowing that if it was going to be the last goodbye. Would my opposition walk right in the face of the patients without any fear of exposure to the deadly virus that they are carrying every single day? Would you still go out every day if you experience disrespectful behavior despite of all the sacrifices that you've made for others' safety? Let me repeat, others' safety. Honestly, would you support such a situation? Ladies and gentlemen, our heroes, our essential workers have been told 1 minute that they are important. next minute that they aren't important enough to get the proper resources, but they are important enough to clean after the next patient. My dear audience, is this how we should be treating the backbone of our whole world during this pandemic? Ladies and gentlemen, nobody recognizes these workers unless they are really on the front line. In hospitals, people recognize doctors and nurses, but they are not recognizing the support staff such as dietary, facilities, and CNAs. Is my opposition trying to say that the cook at the hospital does not deserve any recognition? These people are doing all the grunt work, and nobody is telling them that we see you. We realize that you have a family. We realize that you are being underpaid. Sometimes people don't even look at these workers who are on the lower end of the spectrum. They are not even getting the basic respect that they deserve. Could you look into the eyes of Sabrina Hobbs, a healthcare worker who could have walked away and sat at home just like half of the world and got unemployed, but she still chooses to go to work every day, cleaning ICU rooms just because she believes that the patient deserves better? Our greed has brought us to such an absurd level that we are having a problem with empowering a woman who works for minimum wage, puts her family in danger every single day just so that you don't lose your loved one. Low wages, shortage of resources, job insecurity. Do not deter these workers from taking care of these people. These workers often end up being the enforcers when it comes to masking. These people find themselves in an impossible situation of needing it to explain it to stubbornly angry customers when they have to wear a mask. Honestly, it saddens me to know that there are still people out there who believe that this isn't a sacrifice from their side. Ladies and gentlemen, a hero is a person who is admired for their courage, outstanding achievements, or noble qualities. And according to my speech, I firmly believe that the essential workers who are working right now are everything that fits the description of a hero. The impact of any pandemic or epidemic will be manifold if these workers do not come out of their homes at the cost of their own lives, tend to the sick and dying. If they are not heroes, then who is? Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to read any Greek or Hindu mythology to look for heroes. They are all around us. And with this, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, participant. On to the cross-examination by the affirmative speaker.
Don't you believe when media calls them hero, it makes us blind to the issues like their salary, sometimes the abuse that doctors and nurses face? Don't you think that the media should highlight that more instead of just calling them heroes and then talking about the narrative of their sacrifice?
My opinion, how the media displays these workers is an issue at hand for sure, but how much can you do from your side is by appreciating them, by letting them know that yes, we see you, we are seeing how much work you are doing, you are a hero for us, you are saving my loved one, so that means that you are a hero for me. There is not much that the common people could do. We were locked inside our houses. We were not sure of ourselves if we could leave our safe places. So what is the most that you can do? You cannot go in the hospital and help the doctors over there, but the most you can do is while sitting in your confined space, in your safe space, is to support them, is to let them know that we see you and we support you for all the sacrifices that you are doing for not just my family but this whole country, this whole world at large.
All right, thank you, participants. With the cross-examinations done, we will now move to the rebuttals from both the sides. I would request the affirmative speaker to start with her rebuttal and summary.
Calling them as heroes is problematic, not appreciating them. Yes, we can appreciate them. Yes, we should appreciate the sacrifice they have made. Yes, we need to talk about the lives that have been lost. But when we label them as heroes, we are ultimately asking them to do more than they signed up for when they became sweepers, when they became nurses. We are asking them to do way more. Are we sure that they are okay with that? Are we not this word hero does not encounter the psychological cost that they take. It means that they cannot even ask for help because you are expecting so much from them as a society. That is why this narrative is problematic. Their sacrifice is indeed great, but we need to talk about the labels. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, participant. We'll on to the FNF 075 for her rebuttal and summary.
Thank you, ma'am. My opponent says that it is the expectation that is causing a problem for them. But my opponent, a doctor is trained for such. A doctor is trained that when a patient comes to him with a certain illness, a doctor is supposed to treat them. Nurses, doctors, they all are trained for that. They spend years and years educating themselves about certain topics of biology or of their interest. So when the finally time is here, when they have to be of use for the years of education, you cannot tell them that we expect you to do. No, it's their duty to do so. If you are a doctor, it is your duty to be in the hospital and treating the patients. Furthermore, if and it is not like we are forcing them to do so. It is their job, and exposing themselves to this life-threatening diseases, they do have the choice, but they still choose to do so because it is their duty. And with that, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, participants. So with the speeches and rebuttals done, we'll now have questions from the judges if they have any.
Great. It was amazing listening to you. In fact, it stopped me from thinking. In fact, rather made me think a lot. Well, FNF 138, I just have a question. How harmful is it if recognition, as you said, appreciating, and appreciation is given a name? How harmful is it? I mean, it's in a country, in a world where the pandemic has hit the world so vast that everyone is engulfed with fear. So just a tagline should not be a major case. I mean, do you have an answer for that? Yes.
Yes, I do. I am not saying that we do not recognize them. I am not saying that they do not deserve the respect. I am saying that when you ask them to be heroes, right? They are simply ordinary human beings who are in extraordinary circumstances. They do deserve our respect, but they deserve that without the labels. Yes, they do deserve our recognition, but when you label it, you are simply thinking of them as heroes. You're not thinking about the essential issues that they are facing currently. And in fact, some of them do not even have a choice. They have to pay bills. They have to be the heroes for you, but you cannot put a label on it. Yes, appreciate them. Yes, give them the respect they deserve. Give them the compensation they deserve, but do not label it. That is all I say. Thank you.
Thank you. My next question is to FNF 075. Every common man with an uncommon purpose is a hero. 5. So why do we have to highlight someone who is doing an uncommon purpose, and that is part of their job, being an essential worker?
So being an essential worker right now and calling them heroes of our nation, according to me, is completely valid, because while you are locked in your safe spaces, they are the ones who are outside working and facing the unknown virus on their own. So because let me remind you, while rest of the world was locked down in their homes and they were getting the news via their phones or the TV channels, our essential workers were seeing it firsthand in person. So seeing someone die in front of your eyes and you are not even sure of the cause at at the first stage of it, how traumatizing and how scary could that be? And worker and heroes, in my sense, is everyone who does not put themselves first, but the others first. Our heroes can be all our workers, are all the workers who have helped us in the times of essential need, where we couldn't go out of our houses. They were the ones outside helping us. They are the real heroes for us, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question, sir.
Thank you, participants. Thank you so much, sir, for the questions. I would now request the judges to fill their online evaluation forms, after which I would request them to give a constructive feedback to both the participants. While they are doing the evaluation forms, I would request participants to, let us know how their round was. Anyone would like to go first?
I'll just go first. I'm very honored for this opportunity. I'm very thankful for the Vijay Bhumi University. I loved the topics and how much thinking that was needed on the spot as well as beforehand while writing the speech. And this whole experience was a very good experience for me. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, participant. FNF 138, do you have something to add?
Yes, I would just like to thank you all for organizing such a fun debate. Usually, the debate competitions are quite boring. They're just one person speaks, the other person speaks. But now this one, you are getting to cross-examine the other person, and you are getting questions from the judges. It actually makes you think, which is the part of it that I love the most. So, thank you for that.
Thank you so much, participants. We'll now just wait for the judges to do their evaluations and give you the feedbacks.
Hi. So I would like to get the feedback first. I mean, I'll just go ahead. With FNF 138, because she went first, I'll go with that. I think your your piece was well researched. I love that fact. It was very informative. It supported every part of like what you were trying to say. Sometimes merely saying it does not help, but it was very well researched. The delivery was very good. One point you might want to take note in the future would be that I understand there was time restraint. You did not have like the luxury of 5 to 10 minutes, and you had to squeeze everything in like 2 to 3 minutes, which I understand. But maybe next time you'll have to decide what matter to keep, what matter to not keep, what would be more effective, and you can eventually slow down on the speed. Like, yes, it was very engaging. I heard every word. I hung on to every word that you said. However, probably the speed, the modulation, where the pauses need to be there, could have been better looked at. Otherwise, I do understand why the speed was also there, because there was a lot you could speak on it. This topic has been what we've been seeing for the last 1.5, 2 years. So I think overall the piece was amazing. And just keep in mind that when you have a time constraint, then you need to make your choices. You need to see what's more important, what's not, and you need to give the relevant pauses where it's required for it to be more effective. FNF 075, I think you handled it beautifully. I mean, seeing how this topic, I love the fact that you, even though you were against the motion, you picked it up very beautifully. One point is clarify your stance right in the beginning. So, because the topic, both of your speech, actually, if you think about it, there was a point in time when I was like, wait, but isn't FNF 138 saying the same thing? They've been doing everything. They've been going out and fighting for your loved ones. The difference was, she said they have bills to pay. You said they need the recognition and the acknowledgement of their heroic acts. But the point is that you need to make that very clear. There was some sort of overlap happening with the other participant, which was a little confusing, but understanding how it was a very good, like I said, I think the modulation was perfect, the delivery was beautiful, you're starting, like everything, and the way you connected, like more than anything, you connected with the real life example, saying that you are sitting in your houses, but where they are going and fighting every day. I think that was amazing. Just keep in mind that probably clarify, segregating from the other person's point of view is a good idea. Otherwise, I think well done. I mean, it's both of you did a great job.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So first was FNF 138. Most of my comments sort of mirror Shaurya's comments as well. I think that, again, being a debater, I sort of understand how much time and effort goes into preparation and how you have such a limited amount of time, considering it's 2 minutes. I thankfully took notes, and so I've sort of understood your entire speech, every single point that you've made. However, like I just felt that it ran a little too fast for all of us to pick up. That being said, it's not that anything was lost. I think we still did catch everything that you did said. So constructively, I think if you could just contextualize it a little more and give us more topical answers that would sort of address most of these nitty-gritties that you are trying to address in a bullet form point in your speech. FNF 075, I felt that you played a lot to our emotions, which was very great. You sort of put us in the shoes of an individual making these statements and asked us, put questions to us as to whether or not we would be happy seeing the situation around us. I felt that that's something that did resonate with me, at least. And that being said, I didn't feel that you could have engaged with your opponent a little more. I felt the first half of the debate, both of you all sort of agreed that yes, this is a problem that they face, but both of you all were sort of talking on different points. I think it was only during the cross-examination that you all started to butt heads. So that being said, I think this is something that just constructively both of you all could work on. I think both of you all did an exceptional job. I've scored both of you all fairly well, and I wish you both the best for your further rounds.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Peter, and thanks, Surya. In fact, you both have spoken what I would like to speak. So there was no point in repeating. It's like echoing everything the same way, what has been pointed out. I wish you all the best in the next rounds, but keep in mind what the judges have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your feedbacks, judges. With this, we have come to an end of this round. I thank everyone for being a part of this competition. The results of the round shall be released soon. We wish you all the best for your future rounds and hope you stay safe. Thanks again and have a nice day. The participants can leave the call if they wish to do so.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. For the next round, we will start at 12. If that's okay with everyone.
That's great.
Sounds good for me.
So that's
20 minutes from now?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That works.
Thanks.
Before we start, can I have a quick audio and video check with the participants? All right, great. Can you just speak something?
Greetings, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, both of you are. Thank you.
Am I audible, Chancha?
Yes, sir, completely. Can I please get a confirmation from the judges if they're here? Except for Ranjit, so he just did. So, Shaurya ma'am, are you here? Yes, great. All right, so good morning, everyone. My name is Chansal Chaturvedi, and I shall be the moderator for this round. Welcome to the second edition of For Not For International Debate Competition organized by Vijayabhumi University. Without any further delay, I would like to commence the quarterfinals of FNF 2021. For today's round, we have an amazing and very distinguished panel of judges. Today's panel shall comprise of Mr. Andre Peter, Mr. Prem Prakash Sahu, and Ms. Shaurya Mittal. Mr. Andre Peter is an advocate based out of Bangalore, presently practicing before the Supreme Court of India, High Courts of Bombay, Delhi, Madras, and Karnataka, and at several benches of the National Company Law Tribunal. He has completed his bachelor's in law from Ramya College of Law and master's in corporate and financial law from Jindal Global Law School. He specializes in the fields of corporate, banking, and finance law with a focus on merger and amalgamation, corporate restructuring, oppression and mismanagement petitions, corporate insolvency, and bankruptcy law. As a debater, he had participated in several national and international level debates while in school and college, and is one of the founding members of the Literary and Debating Society at Ramaya College of Law, Bangalore. Thank you so much for joining us sir, today. Then we have Mr. Prem Prakash Sahu. He is an ICF certified life coach and is presently heading Birla Open Minds International School as a founder principal. He has 2.5 decades of experience in the field of an educationist with headship experience in India and abroad. Sir is the implementation leader at IBMYP, having worked with varied examination boards. Mr. Prem has been able to train his team with the best practices in learning and education. He's passionate about being a thinking partner for people who require assistance in achieving their personal goals and is a social influencer with Heart Notes, a space that inspires people. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. We then have Ms. Shaurya Mittal. She is currently global legal head for a trading company based out of Singapore called Balance International Private Limited. She is a recent graduate of Masters of Law from National University of Singapore, specializing in international arbitration and dispute resolution. She has a work experience of 2 years in arbitration, insolvency, and commercial litigation. Before going for her master's, she was engaged by PSL Advocates and Solicitors as an associate and handled arbitral disputes in various fields. Ma'am has an in-depth understanding of international arbitration, along with being professionally trained in mediation and negotiation. She is also skilled at economic analysis of law and legal policies. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. Now, welcoming our two participants of this round, we have FNF 093 and FNF 112. Thank you so much for joining us. Before we start the round, I have a very small video of the organizers of this competition, that is Vijayabhumi University, I would like to share with you guys. So please let me know if my audio and videos are clear. Okay. So before we proceed to the coin toss, here are the basic rules regarding the rounds. The size of the debate will be decided through a third-party coin toss application. I will request one of the participants to call the toss, and whoever wins shall be allowed to choose the motion, and whoever loses gets to choose the side, affirmative or negative. Once the sides are finalized, the for speaker goes first. The participant is required to make a 4-minute constructive speech, wherein, if needed, I shall indicate through chat whenever 3 minutes of their speech has elapsed. This shall be followed by the cross-examination by the opposition that should not exceed 2 minutes, and then the opposition speaker will have to give their constructive speech for 4 minutes. This will be followed by the cross-examination by the affirmative party that shall not exceed 2 minutes. This will be followed by 2 consecutive rebuttal speeches by each side, for which each side is allotted 2 minutes, post which we will have the judges round where they can choose to question the participants. If the rebuttals are time consuming, a grace period of 30 seconds will be granted to the speaker, provided that the judges consent for the same. That shall essentially be the flow of the debate. A couple of ground rules must be laid out. Firstly, all attendees, panelists, and participants are required to be on mute at all times except when asked to speak. Secondly, participants are required to limit their speeches within the given time allotments, and in case they exceed their given time, I shall be at the liberty to interrupt their speech and mute them immediately. Thirdly, I would like to remind everyone to pay heed to the tournament's equity policy and other laid down rules, as we follow a strict no tolerance policy for any kind of violations. Before we commence with the debate, I would request everyone to clear any and all clarifications right away, as no further interruptions shall be accepted. Any questions, anyone? All right. So we will now do the coin toss. I request one of the speakers to call for a side. FNF 112, would you like to call for a side, please?
Yeah, sure. Tails.
All right. Please make sure, please confirm that my screen is visible.
Yes, it is.
All right. FNF 112, you have lost the toss. So I would now move to FNF 093 for choosing the motion of the debate.
I'd be choosing the first topic of a human charity.
All right. FNF 112, as you lost the toss, you will have to choose the side you will be speaking for.
I'd be choosing against the motion.
Okay. So to clarify once again, the motion of this round will be: this House believes that it is immoral to donate to animal welfare charities, while there are charities that aim to alleviate human suffering. Speaker FNF 112 will be speaking against the motion. Speaker FNF 093 will be speaking for the motion. Participants, you have now 2 minutes to prepare for your speeches, after which I shall indicate when you have to start. A couple of things before that. During the cross-examinations, it is requested that you keep your questions brief. You will have only 2 minutes for your question and the response as well from the opposition. So please make sure that the questions and your answers are brief. Also, during your speeches, keep an eye on the chat box, as I will be indicating through chat box when your 3 minutes are up. All right. You have your preparation time now.
I had a question.
Yes, tell me.
With the affirmative cross-examination and the rebuttal, since they're right next to each other, would there be a time between them, or would they be delivered in the same speech?
They are delivered right after each other.
All right.
Okay, participants, your preparation time has elapsed. Let us begin with the quarterfinals of Form Not for Debate 2021. We will now have the opening speaker delivering his speech.
Greetings, everyone. I'm FNF 093, and I'll be speaking for the motion. Before I start my arguments, let me share with you a simple example. On an aeroplane, during an emergency, there's a reason why the announcements are made to tell you to put your oxygen mask first and then help your babies or others. Because you cannot help anybody unless you're safe yourself. So it is clear that if humans do not prioritize these problems, then in the near future, we would not be in any position to help any species out there. The topic whether humans first or animals first reminded me of what the great philosopher Swami Vivekananda had said, and I quote, "Love and charity for the whole human race, that is the true test of religiousness." Charity takes place in a society where the more prosperous parts of the society help the other half out of the kindness and generosity, and a balance is generated through that. But it is so sad that we need to debate even the necessity and the reasons of why humans should be helped over animals. According to data by YouGov, comparing charities for animal and human causes, 54% of British donors donate to charities with human causes, meaning that almost half of the charitable donations from the country go to animal causes. This is disheartening to hear in light of the current situation of the world. 9.2% of the population across the world, almost 700 million people, live in extreme poverty across the world. More than 2 billion people suffer from malnutrition, and nearly 10 million people died due to cancer last year. In such a horrifying situation, how can we even think of being charitable to other species first? I think this is just a time pass for the mega rich people who have enough time and money for both. It's a known fact that animals, especially pet animals, are more appealing to humans in their looks. We even fall in love with them. Watching wild animals suffering is also very appalling. But have you noticed that watching the suffering of humans is unbearable and unpleasant? So maybe it is quite natural that we often tend to ignore humans. However, this leads to the billions of suffering humans across the world being completely neglected. Furthermore, think of those thousands of youngsters who can become delinquents, criminals, or corrupt and affect the society's law and order. If timely help in the form of financial support of opportunities in higher education is not provided to them. Donating to human welfare improves their livelihood and prevents crime and corruption, which leads to greater global welfare. Moreover, it has been observed that people who received help from charitable organizations are far more likely to give back to the charity once they can sustain their own livelihood. And the reduced corruption ensures that all these funds truly reach the cause they should instead of being embezzled. All species of animals have support systems in them to sustain their species. Lions look after the weaker ones of the tribe. Bulls move in a herd so as to support the weak. But no species extend its support beyond their own community, much less beyond a species. When humans are suffering across the world, is it not a moral responsibility of the humans to first help themselves and then look after the needs of other species? Would the animals help humans in their time of need? Every human saved by charity becomes a potential worker towards both animal and human causes. However, the reverse of the same is not true. Moreover, charities are not at all that beneficial to animals either. Some are there for only research purposes. Animals have evolved over millions of years to fend for themselves and defend themselves in the wild. And human intervention and care has made them dependent on us. Several animal charities only prolong the chain of imprisonment and slavery of animals, who would perform much better without human interference. In conclusion, I'd just like to repeat the fact that even God helps those who help themselves. So it is much better to donate to a human cause than an animal cause, because the human cause benefits all other causes too. And hence, the proposition heavily condemns the focus on animal charities.
Thank you, Speaker. On to the cross-examination by the opposition speaker.
Okay. If we believe that humans are superior, we have the ability to think and proceed, we interfere into animals' lives by clearing out forests. Shouldn't we be helping them?
I suppose the opposition speaker has to go on for 2 minutes and give several questions because that is how it was entertained last round.
No, we have only one question and a response for that one question.
All right. So first of all, the point of humans being superior to animals was never mentioned in my speech. And he talked about support systems which are established between different organizations. Just because I mentioned an organization or a species being different does not imply that species is superior. However, there is a very stark difference between being dominant and being superior. Humans being the dominant force does not imply that they have a responsibility to protect the other species on the planet if they're unable to protect themselves first. Which is why, in case humans are not capable of capacity building within their own species, they would not be able to protect animals in the near future. Which is why we must focus on ourselves first, and then animal causes can be addressed later when issues such as poverty and starvation are alleviated.
Thank you for the cross-examination participants. We will now have the opposition speaker for her speech.
Thank you very much. Little deeds of kindness, little words of love help to make the earth happy and the heaven above. A very good afternoon to one and all. Esteemed dignitaries, respected jury members, my worthy co-debater, and all the intelligent brains present over here. I rise to oppose the motion in this house today that it is immoral to donate to animal welfare charities while there are charities which aim to alleviate human suffering. To begin with, it would be completely impossible for a bird to fly with just one wing or a coin to exist with just one side. Well, we humans have grown to become so materialistic, so self-absorbed that we forget to think about the world around us other than ourselves. When the topic of development comes, we don't even think twice before clearing out forests to build sky-kissing infrastructures. Completely forgetting about the innocent animals where they would live, we occupy their areas, but we don't forget to whine and cry when they go on a rampage to destroy our villages. The reason why we humans are considered as the most intelligent beings, the reason why we are gifted with the ability to think and proceed is not so that we can ignore and hate the world around us. Nature has been created with a very specific ecological triangle. The triangle that consists of trees, animals, and us humans. And any slight change in this golden ratio has the potential to lead to a disastrous impact. The Bhagavad Gita has well said, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That means the whole world is one family, that existence together is necessary for a peaceful living. Towards a mythological perspective, in the Hindu mythology, gods and goddesses adore a particular Lord Karthik with a peacock, goddess Durga with a lion, goddess Lakshmi with an elephant. That animals have always been related in our society with progress. We humans, but we don't look forward towards coexistence. We look forward to something that only benefits us, like cow for its milk and meat, sheep for its wool. We even go as far as to killing elephants for their tusks or endangered animals like lions or tigers as our prized possessions. Animal welfare charities are the only method that we can prevent all of these illegal hunting, poaching, so that we don't have to grow up and have a future to tell our generations to come that it was what a tiger and a lion looked like. And as far as human suffering is concerned, well, playing the victim card here would lead us next to nowhere. We pay the prices for the deeds that we do. As we sow, so shall we reap. We have no right to destroy the things that we cannot create. So when man ignores humanity and brutally pursues materialism, how can he be called civilized? It is not the human suffering. Rather, it is the cynicism that drives us from moral beings to immoral, driven with the pure motives of self-interest, has tended us towards our failure. Man has always aspired for wealth and power. How he makes use of it is up to him. Whether he uses a fork to eat or to hurt his tongue is purely his choice. But up to what extent man is civilized, that only time can certify. With this, I like to conclude. Thank you and have a good day ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. On to the cross-examination by the affirmative party.
So the opposition had mentioned hunting and poaching. However, considering that hunting and poaching are already acts which are criminalized and are done underground without the purview of the law, they are undertaken by lower income parts of the society without any purview of the law. And charities help to address the very problems which force people to turn to these criminal activities. So wouldn't a human charity stop these activities from happening in the first place, whereas an animal charity would only cause further legal restrictions which are already being bypassed, as this is not a legal activity in the first place?
Well, I would like to answer by a simple thing that if just making laws, if legislation did to prevent all the things that were happening illegal, well, then till now there would have been a lot of things that would have been prevented. Then again, when it comes to illegal hunting and poaching, we well know the example of Salman Khan driving over a black dog. That was an endangered animal. If this such is the case, then this wouldn't exist. Also, when it comes to human suffering, to human charities, well, being straightforward to the laws, animal charities laws are not as strong. Human laws are as strong to prevent like the modern day concentration camps like the ones that existed during Hitler. But in animal charities, it is not possible because we, being the materialistic people we don't pay attention to them. Well, that is the answer for that.
Thank you, participants. Done with our cross-examinations, we will now move on towards our rebuttals and summaries. I would request the affirmative speaker to start with his rebuttal and summary as and when he's ready.
Materialism, my opponent talks about multiple times, not realizing how materialistic humans get in their attitude towards animals. For every animal which dies in a shelter, which mainly comprises of cats and dogs, animals which people like, animals which people prefer, 2,600 animals die in a farm, showing how humans are extremely biased towards pretty and likable animals. And donating to animal charity only protects the rights of these animals. Is a pig just not as much as an animal as a dog? Yet dogs are safeguarded more when you talk about donating to animal charities. Furthermore, as I stated, human suffering is what causes all problems, including those that happen to animals. Because only a man who is driven by hunger is one who will undertake illegal activities such as hunting and poaching, and alleviating that hunger stops the problem from happening in the first place. We need to develop capacity building, so the lower income portions of the society could have a legitimate job rather than going after hunting and poaching. Furthermore, animal charities require far less funds than human charities do due to the massive difference in population, and yet they receive more. This preference of charities leads to people over donating to a cause which does not need much funds in the first place. We must realize that a charity is not a black hole which can magically suck and utilize all the funds you give to it. It requires a certain threshold of funds, and after reaching that, the leftover money either goes to waste or to the pockets of corrupt officials, which is what we see happening in several animal charities. Which is why the proposition strongly affirms the need to support human charities and their upliftment. Because once the causes that make people suffer in the first place, that push people to undertake illegal activities are resolved, then all problems, not just human but also animal, can be addressed. This is not a question of preferring humans over animals. This is a question of the cause of all, the root of all problems, which is human suffering.
Thank you, participant. On to the summary and rebuttal by FNF 112, that is our opposition speaker.
As to human suffering that is being said again and again, well, let me remind you that we are the only ones who have created all the problem, being the ones who have been gifted with the ability to think and proceed, while we should be the ones who should be taking care of all these innocent animals, putting our problems as a preference does the just opposite of it. Well, as far as human suffering is concerned, we pay the prices for the deeds that we do. Well, if we kill animals, if we don't take care of them, we destroy their lands to look after many developments, industrialization, urbanization, we clear out their homes, then how do we expect that they would just remain, they would fend for themselves? Well, this idea is completely wrong. Human suffering, it is due to the cynicism, the lack of integrity within ourselves. Animals are the ones who are the real people who are facing these issues. We should take care of them. We should prevent such a society where we don't have to tell that it was what a tiger and a lion looked like. And as far as hunger is concerned, well, there are a lot of people who get these issues solved by the government, by the organizations who look after them. But who would be there to look after the innocent animals? Well, I would like to finally conclude that if we are given a fork to eat or to hurt our tongue is purely our choice. But up to what extent we call ourselves civilized, that only time will certify. With this, I'd like to conclude. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, participant. With the speeches and rebuttals done, we'll now have the questions from our judges, if they have any.
I think it was a great round. Both of you did an excellent job at such a difficult topic. A lot of material has been covered and I have a lot of questions, but I'll stick to one. So I'll start with FNF 093 to begin with. So out of a lot of questions, like I said, the one question which I want to raise right now is, you spoke about over charity. You spoke about how there are like excessive money going into these animal funds, and only a handful of this thing is getting protected, only like the beautiful looking dogs, or like the one like dogs and cats, and not like every other animal. What happens when, so the problem of over charity is not with just animal charity. The problem of over charity is also with the human charity. We see that actually most of the funds that we see, like in organizations like PETA, they are actually better maintained. They do better jobs. Like, for example, providing food to street dogs, and providing, like in Delhi winters, provide them with some sort of coverage. Human charity, in fact, actually goes to the pockets of the people. How will you defend that?
So first of all, talking about the difference between an animal charity and a human charity, this is by virtue of population and by virtue of how many funds and assets they require. A human charity would essentially require far more funds to tackle a problem compared to that of an animal charity. As you mentioned, PETA would feed street dogs. A serving of animal feed is far cheaper than a serving of a human meal. And furthermore, these charities, when it comes to humans, they're not just providing them meals, such as if you look at programs in Africa, they're also building jobs for them, which require far more funds. So the probability of them reaching a saturation point wherein they cannot have any more funds and it's all just going to corrupt officials is far less likely to be reached by human charities, since they just have a much greater requirement for funds. Further, since you talked about how PETA and other organizations, animal charities, are much more sustainable in terms of what they can do for the target audience that they have. In terms of that, I believe that the human charities that we have, they're largely regulated by rather trustable organizations such as the UN, wherein they have accountability measures, wherein the UNDP undertakes a survey every year. So they have accountability measures. However, PETA is an independent organization, and it has, even if it has success stories, it also has a lot of backlash in terms of the shelters having poor conditions because of accommodating multiple animals at the same time. Yet again, for the appeal that I talked about, because they try to appeal to the people, they try to showcase a certain set of dogs and cats which are more appealing to the people so as to get more donations. However, the UN does not have to do that because it is a well-recognized organization, contrary to PETA, which is an independent organization. It depends on individual donations, which is why human charity, it has a greater satiation point for funds, and it also has more accountability.
All right, I understand. But okay, I mean, I can't ask more questions, but I mean, I would love to follow up on that, but I think it was a good answer. Now, my next question to FNF 112. Well, very similar to what he has answered. And you spoke about victimization, Kurt. You spoke, there was a point that you raised about human self-victimization. But the problem with human victimization is that these animals are not the ones who are imposing, like, the right word would be that we are the ones, humans are the ones who are harming animals. You've seen countless videos of dogs being mistreated, or there's poaching and there's hunting, and then there's like benefit of this thing. Should we not first invest in the social capital, educate people about animal awareness, instead of directly donating to the animals?
Ma'am, basically, when there is a flood, the relief that goes directly goes to the people who are affected with it, not to the mediators that again go and deliver them. There is no surety for that. And as far as we say that social issues of human suffering, well, they have been taken care of from the very beginning, when primitive man didn't even know that, thought that the earth was like a platter, where it didn't even venture out places lest it will fall off. Well, we humans have progressed a lot, and there are a lot of rules and regulations that pay the same amount of attention to those humans for poverty, maybe education, while looking forwards development, only looking forwards infrastructure. Why not looking forward to something that is more not materialistic? We humans will have a tendency towards being materialistic, looking forward to animals like they are not the creatures, being superior, forcing ourselves as the most intelligent ones. But when it comes to taking care of them, we play negligible amount of attention to them. So my final answer would be that animals are the ones who should be paid attention out here, because they are the ones who are suffering. We are making them suffer by taking out their areas for any sort of development that we do. So we should take responsibility for the things that we do. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you so much for the question, ma'am. I would now like to request the judges to fill their online evaluation forms, and after which we'll have a brief constructive feedbacks for both the participants from the judges. Till the time that is being done, I would request the participants to give their views on this round and some sort of feedback or comments.
Well, this debate is actually a very helpful one, because there was a fair share of for and against. We actually get to debate upon a topic that isn't as related to like basic general abstract topics. This was a real social issue that arises, and it was actually very fun searching for this, knowing for this, because most of people don't have ideas for it. So it was a really, really great thing to do for searching of all these issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, participant. FNF 093, do you have something to add?
Yeah, it's similar to the lines that FNF 112 mentioned, but how the topics in 404 have a very substantive basis rather than the topics which you'll find in normal debate, which are very hypothetical. However, here they're very research based and they have a very strong substantial backing, which is why they're also rather research intensive. And that whole process is very engaging and fun. So I like that.
Thank you so much for your comments, participants. We'll now wait for the judges to do their online evaluations, and after which we'll listen their feedbacks on the participants.
Hi, Chacha, I've submitted my score sheet. Are the participants able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So I think both of you all did an excellent job. Both of you all addressed your points quite well. I felt that this debate went a lot into my cause is better than your cause. Again, that was the second half of the debate. I feel that this could have been a better debate should you all have sort of focused on the aspect of morality or the immorality of this choice that an individual is faced with in choosing these causes. It's not that either cause is better or either cause is worse. It's just that which one should we give priority to? That's sort of my reading of the question, but I didn't understand that the second half of the emotion sort of dealt with what is more important of these two. And I think that's something that both of you addressed really well. So I just a pure constructive. I think that y'all could add more value to both of your speeches should you all sort of focus on the moral conundrum as to the morality aspect of this debate.
Thank you so much, sir.
Also, all the best for your future rounds. I'd see both of you all going very far.
So I've just like submitted my scorecard. Okay, so starting with FNF 093. So good work done. I mean, your topic was not easy, considering it has a lot of ethical and everything. However, you had good content. One suggestion I would give is you spoke a lot of content without structuring it properly. Like when I was listening to your speech, I could hear something about time pass for mega rich people. Then what about like over charity? Like there was a lot of content. Probably select what you want to say, support it, and then go ahead with it. Otherwise, the voice modulation, the energy, enthusiasm was great. It like made me believe that yes, we should not donate to animal charity. But I think it was good speech. It was a good work. Just keep in mind for your future rounds and for future competitions or anything in general, you need to analyze what like you need to structure it better so that for the other person who's just listening, for them to keep following you up. So one, I'm thinking about something and all of a sudden like something about self-sustenance. So there was like a lot of self-surviving, self-sustenance, probably in a positive, constructive arguments. You can talk about, I mean, yes, I get the point of self-sustenance, but what about you can address a little bit of negative and then counter it with your positive feedback, like with your positive argument. So that would be a great option. Otherwise, it was a great work, like good work done. For FNF 112, good energy. This entire round was very energized, very enthusiastic. Like you really felt for the topic types. Like, no, we need to do it. Yes, I understand. Your examples about mythology were a little stretched, considering you have very limited time. So you started with quoting Bhagavad Gita, which was amazing. I think that's like you connect to people. You've done your research. But then you went on emphasizing about how Goddess Lakshmi has this vehicle and how God is this thing. A counter argument to that, which your other opponent could have easily raised, is that they're also taking advantage of it. They're using them as their vehicle. So it's not really the best. Like, I mean, there was a scope of getting a counter argument. So in the next rounds of going forward, when you think about these things, think about how, don't leave the scope of any questions. I could see a lot of questions that could have been asked. And when I asked you a question, you started, like the answer started very nicely. But then eventually, I understand you were not prepared for it. And then you had to like think about it. So in that case, take 10 seconds. Tell me, I understand the question. Give me like 5 seconds to think about so that I can answer it properly. Form your thoughts and then say. In between, I felt that whatever was coming to your mind, you were saying it without really giving it a thought. So good work done, good research done, both of you. A little structuring could take you long. And I think we're going to see you in future soon.
Thank you, ma'am.
I can just wish you all the best. Good work.
Thank you, sir. With this, we have come to an end of the round. I thank everyone for being a part of this competition. The results of this round shall be released soon. We wish you all the best for your future rounds and hope that you stay safe. Thanks again and have a nice day. Also, if the participants wish to, they can leave the call.
Hi, Chacha, when do we resume?
Yes, so we'll have the break till 1:30 and then we'll commence with our last final fourth round at 1:30. Does that sound good?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we begin the round, can I quickly have a audio check and video check by the participants, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, great. Thank you. FNF 048, can I have an audio and video check, please?
I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, great. Thank you.
Am I audible? Okay, yes, thank you. I hope my background is not a problem. It's like a...
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Afternoon now. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chansal Chaturvedi. I shall be the moderator for this round. Welcome to the second edition of Call Not for International Debate Competition organized by Vijay Bhumi University. Without any further delay, I would like to commence the quarterfinals. For today's round, we have an amazing and very distinguished panel of judges. Today's panel shall comprise of Mr. Andre Peter, Mr. Prem Prakash Sahu, and Ms. Shaurya Mittal. Mr. Andre Peter is an advocate based out of Bangalore, presently practicing before the Supreme Court of India, High Court of Bombay, Delhi, Madras, and Karnataka, and at several branches of National Company Law Tribunal. He has completed his Bachelor's of Law from Ramya College of Law and Master's in Corporate and Financial Law from Jindal Global University Law School. He specializes in the fields of corporate, banking, and finance law, with a focus on mergers and amalgamations, corporate restructuring, oppression and mismanagement petitions, corporate insolvency and bankruptcy law. As a debater, he had participated in several national and international level debates while in school and college, and is one of the founding members of the Literary and Debating Society at Ramya College of Law, Bangalore. We also have Mr. Prem Prakash Sahu. He is an ICF certified life coach and is presently heading Birla Open Minds International School as founder principal. He has 2.5 decades of experience in the field as an educationist with headship experience in India and abroad. Sir is the implementation leader at IBMYP. Having worked with varied examination boards, Mr. Prem has been able to train his team with the best practices in learning and education. He's passionate about being a thinking partner for people who require assistance in achieving their personal goals, and is a social influencer with Heart Notes, a space that inspires people. We also have with us Ms. Shaurya Mittal. She's currently a global legal head for a trading company based out of Singapore called Valence International Private Limited. She is a recent graduate of Masters of Law from the National University of Singapore, specializing in international arbitration and dispute resolution. She has work experience of 2 years in arbitration, insolvency, and commercial litigation. Before going to her master's, she was engaged by PSL advocates and solicitors as an associate and handled arbitral disputes in various fields. Ma'am has an in-depth understanding of international arbitration along with being professionally trained in mediation and negotiation. She is also skilled at the economic analysis of law and legal policies. I would like to welcome all the judges. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, welcoming our 2 participants for today, we have FNF 191 against FNF 048. Welcome, dear participants. Before going to the rounds, I have a very small video of the organizers of this competition, that is Vijay Bhumi University. Please make sure that the audio and videos are clear. Okay, before we proceed to the coin toss, here are the basic rules regarding the round. The sides of the debate will be decided through a third-party coin toss application. I will request one of the participants to call the toss, and whoever wins shall be allowed to choose the motion, and whoever loses gets to choose the side of the argument, that is affirmative or negative. Once the sides are finalized, the fourth speaker goes first. The participant is required to make a 4-minute constructive speech, wherein, if needed, I shall indicate through a chat whenever 3 minutes of their speech has elapsed. This shall be followed by a cross-examination by the opposition that should not exceed 2 minutes, and then the opposition speaker will have to give their constructive speech for 4 minutes. This will be followed by a cross-examination by the affirmative party that should not exceed 2 minutes. This will be followed by the 2 consecutive rebuttal speeches by each side, for which each side is allotted 2 minutes, post which we will have the judges round, where they can choose to question the participants. If the rebuttals are time consuming, a grace period of 30 seconds will be granted to the speaker, provided that the judges consent for the same. That shall essentially be the flow of the debate. A couple of ground rules must be laid out. Firstly, all attendees, panelists, and participants are required to be on mute at all times except when they are asked to speak. Secondly, the participants are required to limit their speeches within the given time allotments, and in case they exceed their given time, I shall be at the liberty to interrupt their speech and mute them immediately. Thirdly, I would like to remind everyone to pay heed to the tournament's equity policy and other laid down rules, as we follow a strict no tolerance policy for any kind of violations. Before we commence with the debate, I would request everyone to clear any and all clarifications right away, as no further interruptions shall be accepted. Any questions, anyone? Okay. So we will now do the coin toss. I request one of the speakers to call for a side.
I'll go with tails.
All right, FNF 048 chooses tails. I'll now share my screen. FNF 191, you have won the toss. So I would request you to choose a motion.
The second topic.
That is the sacrifice, the narrative of sacrifice. All right. FNF 048, as you lost the toss, I would request you to choose a side which you will be speaking for.
Right. I'd like to go against the motion for this topic. Thank you. Against the motion. Yeah.
All right. So to clarify once again, the motion of this round is this House opposes the narrative of sacrifice as a description for the work performed by essential workers during a pandemic. FNF 191 will be the affirmative speaker. FNF 048 will be the negative speaker. You now have 2 minutes for your preparation, after which I shall indicate for you to start. A couple of things before that, during the cross-examination, you get 2 minutes for asking as well as receiving the response for the question you ask. There is only one question allowed per participant per cross-examination, and the time limit, 2 minutes, should be strictly adhered to. You cannot ask any follow-up questions. Is that all right? Also, keep an eye on the chat box, because out of your 4 minutes, as and when 3 minutes elapse, I will indicate through chat boxes. So whenever you're speaking, please keep an eye on your chat box. All right. You can now begin with your preparation. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, participants, your preparation time is up. Let us begin the quarterfinals round for the 404 debate 2021. We will now have the opening speaker delivering his speech. You may start as and when you're ready.
Thank you. So, corporate displays of gratitude, praising essential workers for their heroism, began appearing in the media and advertisements by the end of March 2020 and quickly became ubiquitous. Jeff Bezos wrote an open letter praising Amazon workers for their vital service. Walmart ran a television ad thanking its workers. Elon Musk wrote Tesla's workers a thank you note. Everywhere, ads thanking and praising essential workers by companies from Toyota to Verizon suddenly bombarded radio airways and television screens. Many politicians, including then President Donald Trump at the RNC, also got in on the action. Beneath this hollow verbal appreciation, however, lurked a different reality. By calling workers essential and turning them into heroes, their deaths became justified. A noble sacrifice for the greater good. This sentiment, to be sure, is understandable for when coming from an ordinary person, but it is something much more akin to crass cynicism coming from a corporate executive or powerful politician, especially when they are the ones compelling the workers to return without benefits or protection. Moreover, the definition of what precisely constituted an essential worker was itself notoriously ambiguous, which raised obvious questions concerning the genuine motivation behind these decisions. The corporate executives, commentators, politicians, and journalists who lavished praise on frontline workers are already beginning to abandon such rhetoric as the public, possibly prematurely, begins to collectively move beyond this pandemic. For frontline workers, however, this does not make much difference because their working conditions have not changed. They are still mistreated, exploited, and underpaid. Only now, while a corporate mouthpiece thanked them for their sacrifice in the process. In any event, that the essential worker dialogue is disappearing as quickly as it arose merely demonstrates what was true from the start. The language of the essential worker was cynically appropriated by corporations, the very exploiters who materially benefited from their sacrifice, to launder their responsibility and to rationalize the coercive social order that compelled these workers to surrender their bodies and health for corporate profits. In reality, while many essential workers were indeed heroic, they were also victims, unwillingly conscripted into service by a coercive economic system which used euphemism to shield the violence that underlay it. This is not mere hyperbola. Hundreds of thousands of frontline workers have contracted the virus, thousands of whom, if not more, have died. And the impact on their housemates, families, and loved ones is immeasurable. The pandemic offered an opportunity for our society to explore profound and complex questions about work, production, distribution, and profit. It produced an unparalleled logistical crisis that would have invariably required some degree of sacrifice and selflessness from many people, rather than collectively discussing the ways to most fairly distribute these hardships as a society. However, corporate executives, enabled by politicians and mass media, simply compelled the working class, utilizing the vague language of heroism and sacrifice as a shield to bear a greatly disproportionate share of the burden. Cynical praise for the brave and selfless essential workers who had been coerced into placing themselves in serious danger displaced this collective dialogue and veiled the unjust and exploitative outcome that resulted. Essential workers packed into crowded restaurants, factories, and grocery stores did not, generally speaking, receive unemployment benefits, increased pay, paid sick leave, or better working conditions during the pandemic. Neither did they get hazardous pay, which is essential for essential works. Many of them do not have health insurance, and they are often not even afforded basic protections against the virus. These workers, despite the critical importance of their work, occupy the most precarious and insecure position in our social hierarchy. They are exploited in the best of times, let alone the pandemic. These tensions are only magnified, and they laid bare the coercive and unjust foundation that underlies our society. We have allowed vague abstractions about heroism and bravery, pushed primarily by the very corporations and politicians who stood to gain the most, to stand in as an absolute for this vital discussion. That's all.
Participant, on to the cross-examination by the opposition speaker.
Yes, thank you for your speech. I just have a question, simple question for you, not related to the debate. So as we all know that Sher Shah released on Amazon Prime Video recently. Great film. Siddharth Malhotra did a phenomenal job as PVC Captain Vikram Batra. So my question is, do you oppose the existence of such movies that pay respect to our brave soldiers? Yes or no? I just need yes or no.
No.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you for your cross-examination, participant. We will now move to the opposition speech. You can start as and when you're ready.
Okay, I am ready. Thank you. So the House opposes the narrative of sacrifice as a description of the work performed by the essential workers during a pandemic. And by the end of the debate, the proposition would prove to you how the motion of the House doesn't stand and how the narrative of sacrifice is actually good for society, at odds with what the proposition has to claim. Now, the first thing that the proposition has to understand is the fact that the source of such a narrative is not just a handful of political campaigning agencies running a propaganda. It's agreeable that society by far and large has come up with this narrative by itself. The kind of work being done by essential workers, especially during the time of a pandemic, was boldly noted, and thus we collectively chose to believe that a sacrifice is being made. The reason behind that is the fact that sacrifice is a narrative that's considered respectful and sacred in almost all societies in the world, with virtually no exceptions. For example, the idea of respecting one's parents is driven by the idea that people make a lot of sacrifices as a parent. Hence, sacrificing is a morally sacred act. So it makes perfect sense why this narrative has peaked during a pandemic, when these are people who are literally risking their lives for society. If the narrative of sacrifice applies to soldiers, there's no reason why it shouldn't apply to essential workers in a pandemic, because of the nature of the risk is equalizing. And since the proposition clearly agrees that it doesn't oppose the prior, it's hypocritical for them to oppose this. Next, none of the sides here disagree with the idea that the work done by essential workers is absolutely priceless, because it involves risking life, distance from family members, etc., which means the monetary equivalent of that work is really high, if a figure were even to be attached. On the other hand, one of the first few things to fail during a pandemic is global economy. Therefore, there is no way to compensate for that level of work with just cash and kind. Society thus needs the narrative of sacrifice in immense respect to make this work motivationally worth it for essential workers. Would your medical intern be incentivized to risk their lives and families for the meager amount of rupees 26,000 rupees per month if it were not for the heroification and sacredification of their work? And the proposition agrees that the essential workers face exploitation, which irrefutably deserves social and physical safety policies that favor them. But the proposition misses the fact that it's easier for governments to establish laws and policies in favor of essential workers in countries that already see essential workers as heroes, as opposed to a country that sees them neutrally. Which brings me to the argument that essential workers have been undervalued consistently in the past, before the pandemic. The work of janitors were being treated as low-bro work. Doctors were being treated as scammers, out for your money with a fake degree. Both empirical and statistical evidences prove this attitude. Today, the narrative of sacrifice has spiked, which has led to an increased respect for people at the front line. The social narrative has forced people to believe in the people in the front line. Hence, every report you see of essential workers being denied their rights is dealt with popular empathy for the workers. Proposition may bring up 1,000 cases of essential worker mistreatment, but do they bring up the millions of people who sign petitions and make social media posts go viral to stand up against those acts? It is this narrative which has incentivized a huge part of the population to mask up, keep safe, get vaccinated, even if it stands against their belief systems, to have a feeling of indebtedness attached to the people in the front line. In no context is this sacrifice a socially negative narrative. I rest my case.
Thank you, Speaker. On to the cross-examination by the affirmative speaker.
So you drew a parallel between soldiers and healthcare workers and essential workers. So, and you said they're basically similar situations, but military soldiers get hazardous pay because they are putting their lives on risk, but that is not the same for essential workers. So why are they not getting hazardous pay if they are also doing the same? Can you please say?
Okay, as a response to your question, what you're saying here, right, hazardous pay. If I might remind you, you mentioned in your speech itself that people in the front line, essential workers, are getting paid under under the minimum wage that they're supposed to be paid by. And now to cross-examine me, you're holding up the example that military gets paid underpaid. So why does that apply to people in the front line? It absolutely does. If you respect the military because they make sacrifices, because they risk their lives on the border, why wouldn't that same narrative be applied to essential workers who are literally doing the same, not on borders, but at the end of your hospital bed, at the end of streets, cleaning them, also like nurses taking care of your terminally ill COVID patient? Why does that narrative not apply when the same risks are involved? And I would like to ask you if you think it's not the same risk, if a risk of life is not concerned with over there too. That would be my response to you. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, participants. Done with our cross-examination, we will now move to rebuttal and summary speeches. I would request the affirmative speaker to start with his rebuttal and summary.
Okay, so I would just like to clarify that hazardous pay, apart from the regular income that soldiers get, they get an additional hazardous pay for putting their lives at risk. Now, yes, they are putting their lives at risk. Essential workers are doing that, but they are not getting that additional hazardous pay. And that was my initial question. Now, moving on. You mentioned in your speech that the reason that essential workers are showing up for work is because of praise and all the respect they are getting. But in fact, no one really wants to do that. No one will put their lives at risk purposely. They are coerced into doing it because they do not have any better economic alternative. It is difficult to know what arrangements would have been established if we have a fair, open, and public discussion. But perhaps frontline workers would have returned to work regardless, only this time armed with a living wage, free medical treatment, union representation, paid sick leave, etc., etc. Perhaps we would have dramatically reimagined our system for producing and distributing goods and services, or perhaps even more radical proposals such as workers' self-management. But these alternatives were left unexplored. Instead, essential workers had heroism foisted upon them by corporate employers who quarantined in palatial estates and ordered their groceries online. And we, satisfied that these heroes were selflessly sacrificing themselves in our service, did not ask any questions. These workers, however, did not ask to be heroes, and those who died did not ask to be martyrs. We do owe them a thank you, and they do commendable work, surely. But more than anything, we owe them a fairer, more equal, and more democratic society. That's all.
Thank you, Speaker. On to the rebuttal and summary from the opposition speaker.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, in the proposition's jargon of words, they missed a very important point of this entire debate that we are having, which is, after all, it is a pandemic which is faced once in a lifetime, even perhaps more. Hence, these are situations that the government and the society as a structure was not meant to deal with from the beginning. These are things that everyone is learning to deal with from the beginning. And yes, we absolutely agree with the opposition that there have been issues of insurance being denied and brutal underpayment and things that could apply to be seen as forced conscription because they don't have any other alternatives. But we have to understand something very important. This was a case that was more prevalent at the beginning of the pandemic than it is now. We can't deny it due to the empirical and statistical evidences that we have with us today, that what these workers were facing at the beginning of the pandemic is brutally different than what they're facing in today's scenario. It's different because it is the fact that society has understood their sacrifice as a whole, which made the governments, which is run by the opinion of the people, force their investment in things like insurance and other things that come with it. Therefore, we wouldn't have had this development if we didn't have the narrative of sacrifice attached to it, because sacrifice is seen as the greatest thing a person can do as a human being. So it's in no way bad for society. You also talked about the fact that we need to pay them exactly what they deserve. Yes, we agree with them, but I would like to reinstate the fact that the economic angle always exists. We cannot have these people not work in the front line because we genuinely need them during a pandemic. Therefore, we need an incentive to make them work. And during a failing economy for pandemic, money will not suffice. That is why the narrative of sacrifice, the way it's perceived by both people and frontline workers who are risking their lives, will actually make them go ahead and be a part of it. Also, the fact that you talked about exploitation in the debate itself was a great evidence of the fact that even you know that our jury members and the audience present today in the house today would agree with you, which means the popular idea is in favor of the people in the front line. People empathize with them. You wouldn't have brought it up if you didn't believe that was the case. Hence, the fact that you even brought it up was an evidence enough why we need this idea of sacrifice to exist. And even the things that you mentioned, praising the people in the front line, even that came from this underlying value of the sacrifices they're making for the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, participants. Done with our rebuttals and summaries, we will now go to the judges' question if they have any.
Good afternoon, participants. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, so you're audible.
Yeah, so I'd just like to ask the proposition speaker, that is FNF 191, that given the current situation and the society that we live in, that even if it were to be a mere corporate tokenism, if like what you claim, don't you think that this recognition at least puts problems that frontline workers have in the public eye? People would not really understand the issues that frontline workers have should they not be in the public eye, should they not be hero worshipped as they are currently right now. For example, when we look at the entire system of the gig economy workers being like your Swiggy and Zomato drivers, you do see that a lot of their plight is coming to fore now rather than earlier because of the fact that we are now hero worshipping them because they were giving us food during the pandemic. So don't you think that this tokenism does have some sort of impact, or irrespective of it not translating into an actual impact in terms of their wallets?
It certainly does have an impact for the public eye, but my point was what isn't coming to the public eye. The government is using this as a barrier and shield to protect themselves, to put blame somewhere else. It is somewhat, they are somewhat justifying that they are sacrificing themselves because they are heroes, and this way they're shifting blame from upon themselves. That is my point, that is not coming to the public eye. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And
right.
thank you, participant. Yes, ma'am,
Yes.
please.
I think FNF 191 handled that question very well, short, simple. My next question goes to FNF 48. So you spoke about, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I had difficulty hearing you, ma'am. Is it my network?
Okay.
Okay.
I think it might be my network for sure. So my question goes, for a family that is risking the life of their loved one, seeing them get up every day and leave to a hospital, which our country, our entire world was like a death zone, but they were going to the core, the epicenter of the death zone. You see, there were doctors, there were newly appointed doctors, people who have just graduated, and their first cases were not of good news telling to the family that, oh, you know what, your loved one survived, which was delivering the bad news and going in that epicenter of death and misery. Do you think for them, just a narrative of heroism, and especially considering India, like think about India, where people are not everybody is educated. You might have people from really backward zones, and like, I mean, society does not, do they only require, does the narrative of heroism enough? Is it worth it to risk the life of their loved ones? That doctor might be somebody's child, the nurse might be somebody's wife. And what about, and then the second part of it is, you got to military. Did you not like that? They also risk their lives, but then there are benefits attached. You see that the life that somebody in armed forces is very different from what civilians lead. But you do not have a section of like a nice housing for these nurses. You do not have a section of really fancy fleet of cars that's available with these nurses and healthcare workers, or like that's Zomato delivery guy or this. So what about those benefits? Do you think merely having a narrative of heroism is enough to risk their life, that we're comparing them to the military people who are leaving? And they're trained, by the way. Military trained to deal with war zones. The healthcare workers were not trained for that. So do you think just saying, oh, you know what, you're a hero, we're going to sprinkle flowers over you and maybe like bang hearts on one day is enough for you? So what do you think about that?
Yes, thank you for your question, ma'am. And coming from a family of doctors, I absolutely empathize with your question here. And yes, I agree. All the situations that you're talking about, there's a lack of genuine productive incentives for people like this to go ahead and work like this. I agree with you. But then again, these situations do not exist at odds with the heroification, the sacrifice narrative that we have here, right? It is these situations, this narrative, which actually makes the public more aware of these situations in general, right? There's more awareness about these people. And most governments which function on democracies are more likely to push for better incentives for our healthcare workers and our essential workers and our frontline workers if the public pressure were to be there. Because if you've noticed, we have people losing their lives on the front line, extremely sad. And we also have people signing petitions to actually make a change for that. We're having people speak up against that on all platforms available to that. We have fundraising happening for actual people on the front line, which was never the case before when this pandemic did not push this agenda of sacrifice to the masses. So yes, the agenda of sacrifice is what leads to this fruitful situations that you care for. And in no way in my debate did I mean to mention that there should only be, the sacrifice narrative in the society. There can be other fruitful conditions that can result as a result of the prior. Thank you so much for your question, ma'am.
Can I just like lead on to that, like just like an additional add-on?
Yes,
this is very interesting.
Yes,
think
absolutely.
about it. What do you think about, okay, before going to ensure like sacrifice, like not don't what about providing them with the resources to deal and become the heroes that they need? I mean, if you don't give Superman his cape, then he will not become Superman.
Yes, right. So what you're talking about here, again, is extremely prevalent. Like my mother did not have access to good PPE kits in the beginning of the year when the pandemic started. So yes, I absolutely agree with that. We need tools to actually have our experts deal with that situation. But then again, this leads to my argument, like my examination in the rebuttal, which is the fact that in a pandemic is something no government in the world was ready to what do I call it? Ready to yes, right.
Protect.
So yes, no, ready to protect. I'm sorry. So no government was ready for that, and it was a sudden situation that no one was prepared for. And when it happened, it absolutely took a huge hit on our systems as a whole, which resulted in a genuine lack of resources, which no one was able to afford because there is a finite amount of resources out there. But it's lucky that the situation has changed over time, which again is a direct response to the narrative growing. The governments are actually incentivized to invest in these things to get them here. If you agree or not, like at the end of the day, it's still medical workers who were assigned to get the vaccines first before everyone else. Would those resources be available to them if their importance was not seen to the world the way it is? That would be my response to that.
Good.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, participants. I will now request the judges to fill their online evaluation forms, and after which I would request them to give constructive feedback to both the participants. Till the time they are onto their online evaluation forms, I would like to ask the participants how was their experience for this round.
It was a great experience, and I had fun researching as well as debating for this topic. Thank you a lot.
Yes, I was absolutely stoked to be a part of this event. And the fact that the topics were so research oriented and came from a place of something that we're facing on a regular basis today, it was a great experience. And my opponent here had done a great job of resisting my arguments, and it was a great experience overall. And I'm sorry for forgetting a very important and easy word. but that's a different situation. Thank you.
That's all right. Thank you so much, participants. We will now just wait for the judges to submit their online evaluation forms, after which we'll hear them.
Um, I've just filled a score sheet, and I an extremely interesting. You guys were already the part of age who exceeded any expectation had, and the understanding of the topic. I'm giving this like a general to the few, then I'll come to one person at a time. The understanding, the use of language, the delivery, and keeping it to the point. Like you were clear about what you wanted to speak, which is a great thing that both of you were doing. Okay, now first I'll start with FNF 191. Your enthusiasm, your delivery, your understanding of the topic was very good, above expectations and above par. However, one point if I would like to tell you to improve in future and for your future rounds would be a little more energetic. Like it was short, which is good, but a little more. And I could see you feel for the topic. And it's a topic which we all feel more energy or enthusiasm would be able to make it more persuasive. Otherwise, apart from that, I think the research was good, the delivery was good, the modulation, of course, with keeping in mind the energy could improve, and we're content overall. Now for FNF 48, good speech, good tea. I love that you used the experience because that's when, could you hear me?
I can now. There's a break, but I can hear you.
Okay, so I'm saying that the fact that you used personal experiences showed that you deeply understood the topic and could actually like make the other person be like, you know what, I knew it was types. I think you can be a great lawyer in the energy with which you speak. Maybe alongside personal experiences, you could use some data to back up your research. So that can show a better research that you can do. Apart from that, I think it was a job well done, both of you. Like, I am extremely happy that we have a good youth coming forward.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now request Prem sir to give a brief constructive feedback to the participants, please.
Thank you. I don't think I should be giving much feedback because I was quite impressed with both of you. And I'll just give it in general that this topic is, though the topic sounds easy, something that has happened in the recent past, but it's pretty difficult when you have to defend and take the language into consideration, because there are many areas in the topic that request to be addressed. Okay, so maybe you must have missed out some, but that will take some time for me to actually go into the depth of it. So I'll just say the next time, try to understand much more of what the topic is all about and then take it forward. Okay, maybe that's the way you might be able to get a better hold of your words, your language, and your ability to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Andre sir to give us his insight.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just want to say that this was, at least for me, one of the best debates we saw today. Possibly the highest scores that I've given to any participants. I think both of you all were exceptional. It's just I mean, for me, it was just a fractional difference between the two of you all. I think both of you all properly identified what the theme of this debate was. You all properly identified the main issues that you all need to address. And I think both of you all did an excellent job in, going head on with these topics. So extremely good job. Keep it up. I judge a lot of college debates as well, and I've seen that this level of debate is on par with those. So keep it up. Extremely good job, both of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we have come to an end of this round. I thank everyone for being a part of this competition. The results of the round shall be released soon. We wish you all the best for your future rounds and hope that you stay safe. Thanks again and have a nice day. Now, the participants are requested to leave if they wish to do so, and the judges are requested to stay back for a while. Thank you, participants. You may leave now.
Hello, Chanchal, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much, judges. This is faculty Sukanya from Vijayabhumi University. I have an external camera and it's not working, so pardon me for not turning my camera on. I just wanted to ask you, how was your experience judging the participants, and any suggestions for us that we can incorporate in future? Any feedback, for the participants and for us as an organizing committee?
Thanks for giving us this opportunity, especially me. I feel very humbled at this point. When I look at these children and the age difference that we have, we think differently and they think differently. So that's the biggest learning experience, and it's a great exposure to people like us. I mean, I personally feel it's big learning experience to look at and listen to these children. So please keep it up. Do this good work. I enjoy it every year. In fact, I look forward to being a part of this. The only thing is, what I noticed this time compared to last time was children were more in a hurry to finish off what they had. Probably they had a lot of matter which they wanted to express, and could be one of the reasons why there were gaps in what they wanted to say.
Okay.
Maybe if you can look at the timings, I know it's not so easy to conduct these, and so much time to be given to this, but maybe if you can look at that.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir. It was hard experience, and in fact we as professors were inspired by both the participants arguments and the judges comments. So definitely, we are really inspired and we take away some learnings to use in our own classes. So it's very heartening to know you had a great experience. Thank you so much, sir, and we look forward to your continued support in future. And thank you so much for your time. Yeah, thank you so much for your time. 10 to 3, 10 to almost 2:30 now. Thank you so much for your time, all judges. Thank you, sir. Can I hear from Andre? Hello? Yes, sir.
Hi,
How was your
experience? It was great. And thank you so much for calling me. I had an absolute blast listening to these kids. I mean, I just found that I didn't really think, this was not the level of expectation I entered this with, but I was just absolutely blown away. Really, really well researched. I think the topics were also on point. I would just echo Mr. Sahu's points as well. I was, especially with, the previous debate, I was just so engrossed and so engaged in that debate. I would have, I personally, as an audience member, forget as a judge, I really wanted to see where's it going to go further, because I felt that they had so much to give. But possibly in terms of time, they were also rushing things through to try and get their points done within that 2 minutes. So, I do understand there's a format that needs to be followed, and there's a problem getting judges to sit the entire day and judge these rounds. But logistically, I can completely understand. I've run my share of debates as well. But so just to work with the situation, rather not give you a complaint and give you a solution, was to make the topics a little more focused rather than more open-ended. At least that would sort of reduce the scope of the debate to a singular point rather than being as vast as it was. Because purely from an academic point of view, I think that these questions were absolutely brilliant. Like, please don't get me wrong. I'm actually complaining because I really enjoyed the topic so much that I really wish that I got more from the students rather than that limited amount of time. So this is just possibly to make it easier for both the students as well as the judges.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Can I hear from Shaurya?
Yeah. Hi. I'm not going to switch on my video because I think my network is like really
No
going
problem.
now.
No problem.
So I'll just speak up. I think, just adding on to what Mr. Prem Prakash Sahu and Mr. Andre has said, I think the debates were really well organized. Probably timing wise, we could have given them more time. Or maybe we could have just there was a lot happening, which kept the participants also engaged and the judges also engaged, I think. But probably hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
I think probably the only thing is that we could have kept the topics a little narrower, because there was so much they could cover up, which is also a nice thing, because we saw for every topic, we saw two different teams. And there were two different arguments that came forward, especially with the charity one. I think there were two different debates happening altogether. There were different ideas. But the problem is that when these are school students, right? Even for somebody who's reached a higher level, the point of structuring and prioritizing is a little difficult. So I think the last debate was amazing. I would really like to know where the kids go forward. But just one thing that the topics would have been better narrowed. I think probably differently worded for them to restrict it to one part, and we could have seen the arguments there.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, judges, for your time. And I just want to mention here our student moderators and the student core committee has been a great help. If not for them, this event would not have been a success. And definitely, I want to thank you all judges for spending time from the morning to it's almost evening. It's 3 almost. Thank you so much for your time. And we definitely look forward to your continued support in future. Thank you so much.
I'd just like to say thank you to all the staff, especially Chanchal and Ben and everyone else. They've been
Yes.
extremely proactive with their following up,
Yes,
etc. So just
absolutely.
a big thank you to everyone on the back end team.
Okay. Thank you so much. They are listening. Thank you. Thank you so much, judges. So, moderator, if we don't have anything else.
No, ma'am. I think
Okay.
that's that. It was great listening to you all. I will just end the session for now. Thank you so much for joining us again, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us,
Thank you.
Kanchal, and like just following up with everything.
All right, I'll just end the meeting. Thank you.